Ladies, gentlemen, and others, welcome to the third round of the Lift Endurance League here at ARL, and today we head to a track that you know well, I know well, Assetto Corsa public lobbies know well. Else but Spa-Francorchamps. Races have been held here in some form since 1921, 100 years ago, and although the track has changed a lot since then, halving in distance to about 7 kilometers and losing the fearsome back roads, we still have a phenomenal circuit today, and it still holds all the fear and the thrills that earned it its reputation back in the day. Unfortunately, I don't have time for my normal big swanky intro because we've had all sorts of issues regarding the stream and we're a bit behind, so we're just going to rush through it quickly. But yes, hello, welcome to Spa in the Lift Endurance League here at ARL. Obviously live on YouTube. Smash subscribe, hit like, do all of that please, and we'd really appreciate it here. A lot of effort goes into hosting these races. My name is McIntyre. You're stuck with me for 2 hours, unfortunately. You're going to get Tobias Blumschein for the last hour, and possibly someone in the middle section as well. We're not too sure, but we're just going to have to see how it goes. So yeah, as you can see in the warm-up, not too long left at the moment. Darius Andre currently the fastest car by about 2 seconds in the Sim Apex Cadillac in the DPI class. He is absolutely flying out there, was flying in qualifying as well. See there, Ben's McIntyre currently P2 in the number 16 Musion car. Obviously, Musion, you'd be expecting to be perhaps going a bit faster, but it could be that Darius Andre just banging in the hot laps of Musion, perhaps maybe focusing for perhaps a more chilled out kind of race pace scenario. Musion are absolutely the dominant force in rFactor 2 sim racing at the moment across all kind of leagues that aren't official Studio 397 league, so GT Challenge, GT Pro and all of that. They are absolutely just ripping along and putting in absolutely blinding performances in, a lot of leagues have commentated over, Ace Racing League included. They've been taking, 2 out of the 3 category wins per event. In one league I did a while back, they took 3 out of 4 category wins in the event. So that was kind of sums up how they're doing at the moment. They'll be looking for a nice little performance in the race today as well. And then in the Holland Oracle, we've got Elisa Nunes currently leading the way in the LMP2 category. Roland Zooks just behind in the Musion Oracle as well. I can't see any Ligier Oracles about at the moment. There may be one later on, which I'd love to see because I love a cheeky Ligier. It's just I always like it when the Ligiers show up. It's always a bit disappointing when it's only a 1-car LMP2 class. It is granted that the Oracle is a lot faster at the moment. The balance performance hasn't quite been sorted by the RF2 devs. Between the 2 cars, the Oracle is a bit too fast for the category, but it's still a nice little car, and you can always give yourself the underdog role. And then currently in the GTE category, leading the way, it's Corvette 1, Corvette 2 in the Caspian Corvette, and in the Iris car, the number 777 currently P3 in the Musion. Lurking about in P4, Martin Milotai is again just sitting around, being patient. Another car I've got my eye out for as well. Where is it? If I can find it on my live timing, and I'll tell you where they are. There they are. The GEM number 90 car. Neil Tasker, currently P24 overall. They'll be a bit feisty. Reiner van der Laan, very talented driver. There is Neil Tasker in that, and Reiner van der Laan as well in the LMP2 car. Very talented driver indeed. The GEM squad's got a nice little lineup. There's Billy Eisman, another quick driver as well. Roland Zooks, another quick driver. Oh, by the way, our broadcaster, the legendary Nick Barnsdale, as always, showing us all the fast drivers out there today. Here's Yannick Müller, another fast driver. Just show me all the fast drivers, why don't you? Why don't we, yeah, a lot of things going on. So that's, that should be interesting. If I just, I've just accidentally opened a billion things on my computer by accident. So yeah, hopefully we'll, not too long left in the warm-up now. Hopefully we'll get up some qualifying standings in a moment. So you can just see where people have qualified, of course. Unfortunately, we weren't able to capture the end of qualifying after our stream issues. But, just gotta bear with us on that front. Now there you can see Darius Andre on the pole in the Sim Apex car, and it's Seawolf, Iris, OPP, Triple, and Musion. Only 6 DPIs, but it's all pretty close. Only a second covering the top 5 of those, so it should be very, very close. The Musion guys singly off the pace there. A bit weird by them as a car goes into one in the background. Then David Serra taking the pole position in LMP2, followed by Roland Zukes and Muse in the Hex car P3, Nils Fischer P4 in LMP2, and rounding out the overall top 10. Then moving down, Reynert van der Laan, there he is in the GM car. Tobias Blumschein, the man who's coming in to save the day with his last-minute commentary later on. Eureka Slovanak, Jack Jordimena, Andy Tomlinson, Pascal Eggert, Elisa Nunez, Richard Chesmadia, and Matthias McKenzie rounding out the LMP2 grid. Then the Caspian Corvette, number 75, taking the pole in the GT category. And in the 76 Caspian Corvette, taking P2, Martin Novak P3 in the Valet Esports car. Then Giuseppe Pastore in the Iris car, and then the Moon Seawolf Chrome Force, I assume that's a misspell of the name there from RF2, Musion, Imperium down to P30. You can see there, just behind our graphics, the cars lining up on the Spa grid as well. And then the Holland Aston Martin, that is. Then Bartosz Binczek in the Deja Vu car, Kamil Jablonski in the OSR car, Neil Tasker in the GM car, Malcolm Schneidy, the man himself, in the Solo Sport Ferrari, I assume that is, in the Moon Force, another Moon car, and then Sam Waldridge rounding it out in the Solo Sport car. Sam. And I've just realised I can hear myself in my ear because I've got the YouTube chat up with the sound on. I was wondering if I could hear a voice. It's a bit confusing, but yeah, there we can see the cars lining up on the grid, getting ready for their formation lap here at Spa-Francorchamps, one of the most iconic circuits in the real world, arguably the most iconic circuit in the sim world. As I said in my very brief intro, everybody and their mums knows their way around here. If you even so much own a steering wheel and a set of pedals for your PC, if you're jumping into a public lobby on any game, chances are it's going to be here. And, well, and it's a staple in single-seater and endurance racing calendars. And, well, endurance racing, that's what we're here to do, isn't it? Here we go. Lewis Sace already has a penalty somehow. I assume he's presumably jumped the start, but he'll get that taken off him. We can see the DPI's pulling away the Sim Apex car on pole. Obviously, oh, excuse me there, apologies. Sim Apex, kind of Ace Racing League's kind of their cup of tea. It's kind of their jam. It's kind of what they do. And here in the Lift Endurance Series, they're looking to continue that, being on pole. Seawolf, though, behind them. Another team. They're usually the dominant force in the top category here at the Lift Endurance League. They won last time out. And I wouldn't be surprised if they win this time around as well. They're lining up P2 on the grid. And they're always very, very feisty off the start. Linus Lindvall is a very quick driver, so we'll have to see how they do. It's a very, very strong DPI grid indeed. There is Sarah on the pole in the LMP2 category. Roland Zukes looking behind, looking very, very feisty in that Orica. And then that is a Ligier behind. I've been lied to. Moore's in a Ligier. Oh, thank you very much for lying to me, rFactor 2, and the live timing. Why'd you do this to me? There is more. Opening Ligier, P3. Go on, lad. Get that Ligier hype in. And then there is the man on pole in the GTE category. Corvette 1-2. Teammates 75 and 76 looking to get a good start. And well, this should be very interesting. It is a long old formation lap here. Spa is about 7 kilometers long. It's one of the kind of longest road courses you can really find your way around. Permanent road courses, that is. As we head down the Kemmel Straight, this will be interesting on the first lap. If we make it up cleanly through Eau Rouge, which is a big ask in sim racing. Obviously, a lot of people running off a single screen setup, so you can't really see either side of you. Very easy to make contact through there on the first lap. If we make it up cleanly through there, then you got the Kemmel Straight, and you got 38 cars ducking and weaving all in the slipstream of each other. And the run from La Source up to Les Combes at the end of the straight, 2 kilometers exactly. That's quite some distance to be absolutely foot flat to the floor, or in the DPI cars at least, well, definitely further down the grid in the LMP2 cars on the first lap, and the GTs overall, you will be having to take a lift or even a touch on the brakes. On the first lap there as the Solo Sport Ferrari gets a bit sideways, maybe a bit too aggressive on the weaving now. So we can see here down to the Bruxelles hairpin, and this is really where the track really drops off. It's a very tricky corner, downhill, off camber. Understeer is, well, it's going to be your best friend at this corner, whether you like it or not. Just kind of got to deal with it, unfortunately. Got to rotate the car from the rear, turn in nice and early, and just keep your foot steady on that throttle, because if you're even squeezing it in just a millimeter too early, you're going to run very wide and compromise your entry into here. At the circuit, it's unofficially called the Jackie X corner. In real world motorsport, it's unofficially called Speaker's Corner. Here in sim racing, we always love to refer to it as no name due to the fact that it has no official name. Call it what you like, many things. Fun little fact, the real world motorsport paddock calls it Speaker's Corner because back in the day when there was no televised coverage and your fans at the circuit used to have to rely on the trackside commentator instead of the broadcast commentator, and there obviously they were referred to as speakers because they used to come over on the speakerphones, and where they were standing at the end of the pit lane, that was the first section of the track once they'd gone over Eau Rouge, where they could once again see the car, so you'd have no information on what had happened until they came through that corner. Thus, it was called Speaker's Corner. Now, Pouon, a fantastic corner. In the prototype cars, this will almost surely be flat, even with the higher fuel loads at the start of the race. Just keep your foot pinned. Again, the line through here, absolutely crucial. It's got to be very precise in order to scrub as little speed off as possible. And you don't want to run too much of that outside curb. It may upset the car. If you do get it wrong, at least there is a lot of runoff. And if you do spin off, again, a lot of runoff. And, well, that barrier isn't usually too taxing in sim. It's not one of the ones that causes too much damage, so you should be okay. Now, on the run into La Fagna chicane, probably one of the more awkward parts of the circuit. It's almost in between third and fourth gear, and essentially every car you encounter it in. And well, as you can see there, there's EPI cars already on their way into Stavolo. So maybe they're a bit further ahead than we realised. Stavolo, this is where the climb back up the hill begins. Great little corner there. Again, got to be super precise. But if you get it right, it absolutely launches you up the hill. And there is also a very unforgiving corner. There is just a gravel trap on the exit, so if you get it wrong, it's going to be very punishing. And that absolutely ruins you up this hill. You will be at the mercy of any cars that are behind you, because they will just soar straight past. Now as Darius Andre gets ready to lead the cars to green, you've got one more corner to go. Blumschein. This is another corner like Eau Rouge and Radion that back in the day was absolutely feared. Only the best of the best could take this corner flat. One that comes to mind was Nigel Mansell. He was one of the first drivers in Formula 1 that could take Blumschein flat, and he was renowned because he just used to throw the car in here. Nowadays, of course, it is just to turn the wheel and get around, because the amount of downforce that cars nowadays produce is obscene. But back in the day, this was certainly a scary corner, and if you do get it wrong, on the off chance you do, there is not a lot of runoff here for the speed you're going. And, well, if you drift back onto the track, it is a blind corner. Spa is one of those old-timey circuits where, more often than not, there is little runoff. So if you do make a mistake, you are likely to find yourself into the barrier. One more corner to go. Oh, no, the bus stop chicane. Probably one of the trickiest corners in sim racing, in my opinion. Because obviously, with a 2D screen that you're reading from, unless you're in VR, you just cannot read the camera at the corner. You have to get the line bang on or you will skid off. Because it's off camber on the outside, on camera on the inside. But that doesn't matter, because Darius Andre is now rounding the final corner to get round 3 of the Lift Endurance Series here at Spa-Francorchamps underway. Get ready. Green flag drops, we're underway here at Spa. Andre gets a perfect start in the DPI class. Into the last source he goes, using that inside line, using the camber to launch him out. Gets a bit of a wobble, but it's a very, very nice start for the Sim Apex squad. He's already got a bit of a gap on the run down into Eau Rouge and Radion. David Serra gets away in the LMP2 category. Very, very nice in the DX Droids car as well. And again, looking all nice and clean on the run out of the last source. Now with the GT category, that's where it will be interesting. Serra's trying to warm his tyres up. He's already that confident about his leads. There goes Dermican leading the way in the first Caspian Corvette. And here we go. down into Eau Rouge. This is where it will get interesting because these things have no grip whatsoever through here on high fuel loads. Oh, and Democrat's spinning. Oh, Democrat's round over the top of Rallion. His teammates come back across the track. Oh no, there's a big accident. The Valley Esports car, and there's a BMW involved as well. And that will be a Code 80, I'm sure. Dermican into the wall. The Valley Esports car collected the top 4, all involved in that incident in the GTE category. And I was saying, oh, the Valley Esports car's thinking of going. My goodness me, Lewis. Oh, it's Blumschein's off. Eh? Blumschein's gone. What? What? Tobias Blumschein's gone off. Like, the Iris LMP2 car's gone off miles back. Code 80 is out. Blumschein hasn't even made it to the line yet. What? Right, hang on. I know Tobias has got his Twitch stream up, so I'm going to go and get in this to report this. What has happened there? Tobias, have you been a silly boy? Oh, I think you may have had an internet issue potentially. Tobias, what's going on there, man? That's not what you want to see. Oh dear, Tobias Blumschein. Well. It's not what you want to see. Code 80 out. A big pile up coming over Eau Rouge, but we're lucky to have not any more cars involved. And that was... well, that was awful for the top 4 in the GTE category. All that qualifying effort completely out the window. And now there is Selic, managed to hold on to the lead, just avoiding his teammate in the 75 who span round. Eisman's managed to get up to P2, D'Souza in P3, so they will take that. Seawolf's BMW, I'm sure very happy in the Solo Sport. Porsche as well will be loving the scenes. Now, unfortunately, part of what takes so long for a Code 80 here, as you can see, Martin Novak, the Valley Esports car, clearly not happy. Obviously, yeah, the such a long lap around here, 7 kilometers. That a Code 80, if it's a crash at the start of the lap, does take a long time, unfortunately. But that's just kind of the tyres, kind of the fuel, kind of the strategy. Sam Waldridge. I mean, he's not even been in an accident. No, has he? Waldridge must have also gone off because he's really far back. That's very interesting. Oh, very interesting from Sam. He's a driver who I have raced against in the past. I haven't raced against recently. Back in a touring car league I used to do. Very quick. Very quick driver, but seemingly off the pace a bit today. And on board with the leading Caspian car of Dermican. I lied, that's not the leading Caspian car, that's the one that was involved. That's the car that was on pole and then got on the incident. There's the leading Caspian car. Thank you to the broadcast, who I referred to as sexy earlier, Nick Barnsdale, the legend that he is. Who's once again pulled an all-nighter over in his native homeland of glorious Canada. Because he had a late work shift and then decided no point sleeping. So he's pulled an all-nighter for us here. Once again doing us a service. Broadcasting the Lift Endurance Series. And Selic, Code 80 may have ended because they're getting some pace on. Yeah, I think the Code 80's over because they're absolutely flying. Well then, that's an early end to the Code 80. There we are, Bradley Sellers as well away in the Iris car in P3 for DPI. So yep, Code 80 is over. Billy Eisman currently has the fastest lap of the race with a 4 minutes 41.986. That's an absolute flyer there, Billy. I'm sure you're very proud of that one, my son. Into No Name we go. Oh, it's been beat by Lewis Says. It's a 4.4853. 4 seconds knocked off. wow, you can see how fast those go. A whole 4 seconds faster than the nearest competitor. I'm only joking around, of course. Pascal Leggett in P9 at the moment. Oh, that's a car going straight off into the barriers there. I didn't quite catch who that was. It was one of the, it was an LMP2. Hopefully they've been able to keep going, but I didn't quite catch who that was. Just looked like they locked up the front tyres. Matthias McKenzie it is. Oh, and they look... Oh, yeah, they've got some damage. They've got some damage. Oh, and hard into the barriers again there. That might be another code 80. It's Jack Giordimena. That's who it is. Hard into the barriers again. Oh, dear. That might be another code 80 because they're going to have to go very slowly. And I'm not sure what happened there. Looks like he just locked up the front end. In the Team KBR car. Well, these GTEs are about to catch up to the back of him. So this will be interesting. Heading through now. There is Ferenci trying to chase down Rusinak. Mugen Ferrari. The Ferrari is a very nice car to drive. Yellow flag is out in Sector 3. I presume that is for Giordimena. And the Mugen cars. Currently 5 and 6, the Ferraris. Actually, there might be Corvette. I might just be being stupid. It's Corvettes, but who really cares? Because right now, Eisman challenging for the lead. Seawolf trying to get an early front in their BMW attack on the GT category. Having a look, maybe no. Decides to stick with it through the bus stop. I think he's going to try and have a look with the slipstream into Les Combes. It's not a great exit from the bus stop, though. He's going to need a very, very fast exit. He's going to need to use all the camber from La Source to get that run down through Les Combes. He has got the fastest lap of the race in the GT category, though. 2 minute 15.544. That's a very strong opening proper lap for Billy Eisman. And there is Rusinak, and it is a Corvette. So it turns out that I just can't identify car shapes. I've been doing commentary for a year now with ARL, and I still can't tell what's what. That tells you how good my commentary is, doesn't it? Here goes Ferenci on Rusinak. Trying to look past, he's got all the run in the world, and well, this is going to be very easy because Rusinak got an all sorts of sideways coming over. Radion was very well held, and he's going to slip straight past down the outside. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Because Ferenci's gone round! No, Rusinak even. That's the one. Rusinak spins. Oh, that's no, reverse, what are you doing? Reverse, what are you doing? Reverse, backwards, don't go forwards, man. Good God! Oh, what are you doing? What have I just witnessed? How did nobody hit you? Patrick! How did nobody hit you? Pascal Leggett down into the bus stop hard on the brakes. Oh, I can't even, my brain's struggling to register what I just saw. There is a reverse gear, you know. Leggett with a great run out of the bus stop. Looking to try and get past Slovanak. He's pulling to the outside last minute through La Source. Might use that extra camber around the outside. No. Decides to stick to the inside. That wasn't a great exit from the corner from Slovanak. This is going to be all Leggett. He's got all the slipstream in the world to be going into a higher fuel mode through there. There's a couple. Was that locking up into... Oh, it's dust being kicked up. Never mind. I was going to say locking up into Eau Rouge. What do you think you're doing on the brakes there, good sir? And, well, this will be the easiest overtake in the world for Pascal Leggett. Pulls out. Slovanak goes all the way to the inside, but he just cannot compare with Leggett. They're banging wheels up the Kemmel Straight. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Leggett sweeps around the outside. Lovely move there from Pascal Leggett. Slovanak might try and fire back, but Leggett very quickly closes the door. No, thank you. That is my position, he says. And it's been a very strong start to the race from Pascal Leggett. And up into P6 he goes. Now he sets his sights on the car in front. And that will be Reynard van der Laan in the GM car. Here's another GM car, Neil Tasker in the Porsche. GM car. Apologies, I thought it was a BMW earlier. Trying to chase down Kamil Jablonski in the OSR car. Tasker, another driver in the GM Arsenal, who is phenomenally quick. GM are just one of those teams that just need to... They've just got an absolute, like, deck full of cards. It's like, you know, you think you've looked through their poker face. You think, you know, oh, I've got a better hand than them. And, you know, you think they might be pulling a bluff, and then bang! They just slam down a royal flush in your face. And Neil Tasker, well, he's the king in this bunch, because he's just going to go down around the inside of Jablonski. Hard on the brakes until they come. That's a lovely move by Neil Tasker. Absolute textbook at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Turning through the final Lecombe right-hander now. In real life recently, well, the last Spa 24 hours, you may recall that track limits there did not exist, and the cars were running all the way to the gravel, and it was very, very funny to watch, because how farcical it seemed at the official Spa 24 hours, real life endurance event, not a sim, a real endurance event in real life, and the track limits of that corner just didn't exist. Here in the lift endurance league, obviously, we're very more professional. That's Schneidi having a look on Jablonski, maybe. That'd be very keen up the inside of Poo on Schneidi, but he's had a look anyway. The BMW behind him's going to try and get involved as well. Tell you what though, fair play to Schneidi, he certainly had a look. He couldn't quite get it pulled off though, he was obviously very quick into Poo on there. Oh, and he's running very wide through Stavolo. Or the new Stavolo anyway, on the old track Stavolo used to be a huge right-hander. Almost the opposite of that other Blumschein. It's now these tight double kink. As we head through, obviously, the old Spa, 14 kilometers long, had what Jackie Stewart thought was the most difficult corner in the world, the Master Kink. A very quick left-hand kink off a cliff face, if you got it wrong, into a right-hander, into a telephone pole if you got it wrong. Very, very tricky corner indeed. Obviously, you can still drive that in sim as well. If you can get one of the wonders of sim racing, that you can get mods for your games, you get track mods for your games of old circuits which are no longer used to. You can get Riverside in the US, you can get old Silverstone, old Spa, old Le Mans, all these old tracks which you just can't, old Hockenheim as well, all the personal favourite of mine, all these old tracks which you either can't use anymore because of safety features, or because they've been built over, or planted trees over, as with here in Hockenheim, is that Hockenheim is literally just old Hockenheim. It is a forest now. There's a yellow flag out in sector 1, hopefully not for anything major. Slovenak trying to get back around Eggert after a very nice move from Pascal Eggert earlier on. We've already been 50 minutes. Wow, that's a very quick 50 minutes and that, isn't it? Whoa! And that's Lundvall challenging for the lead there. Bradley Sellis is watching it. Lundvall had to lock up all four wheels. Schneidi goes well off the road. Not quite sure what he's doing. Lundvall. Well, it's really close between these top three, isn't it? Lundvall was challenging for the lead at one moment, and then the next moment, he's having to defend in P3. He had to lock up the front wheels to not crash into the back of... This has been a crazy 15 minutes. I tell you, we were discussing this the other day, actually. I mean, our one of the main league stewards, Robert Pawn, and all-round top bloke, and Ricky Monster's secret weapon, and we were discussing not quite. I won't mention the league in general. Some of you probably know the one I'm talking about, but the delay of a 24-hour race that was supposed to be today from another league. And seemingly the league is now demising as well, just out of nowhere. And Rob was saying that here at the Ace Racing League, we've actually outlasted basically any major league that's cropped up in the past 3 seasons, such as this one, and then disappeared again. So basically, we're really cool, aren't we? Here we go, Tasker. That was a really bad comment on my behalf. Probably a really bad joke as well, if that league ever does come back. Sorry, Joe, if you are listening, but I mean, you've gone AWOL, so... Anyway, back to the action. Neil Tasker trying to fend off Jablonski. Pastore, Schneidi trying to get involved once again. We are trying to follow around Pastore in the 777 Iris car. Leg goes, what? The inside Doris Andres having to squeeze the brakes into Eau Rouge. Has to go the long way around as well. Oh, Spa is not a track where you want to come across traffic. It is out. Oh my goodness me, look at the state of this. They're going to be 4 wide almost coming down the straight. Obviously, you don't have to, if you're in a GTE, you don't have to move out the way of the DPI cars. Oh my goodness me. Ah! My bottom is clenched right now. This is terrifying. I'm not even driving. There were like 20 cars. Oh, that's a big lockup for Lundvall there. Not Lundvall, apologies. Muller, or no, McIntyre even, apologies. Spa is just, it's so narrow. There's so few, you know, especially this early on in the race when all the packs are together from the start. There's so few lapping opportunities, and obviously, as is the case with endurance racing, if you're lapping a car that is in a slower class than you, they do not get blue flags. They have zero obligation to move out of the way, despite what a lot of streamers, Twitch streamers especially, will tell you, as they continually get frustrated with blue flags and, oh, you know, GTEs need to get out of the way. But frankly, you should be lapping them better because they have zero obligation to get out of the way. That being said, if you're lapping a slower car in your class, yeah, you do have to get out of the way, or you do get disqualified, but, you know. Anyway, enough of that. Let's focus on the biz. Binchek, Schneidi, going toe-to-toe. That was really wide from Schneider at the end of Blumschein. Let's see if Binchek, Schneider trying to hold the inside line. There's the Team Iris LMP2 there, so that's going to maybe prevent Bartos. Binchek from having a look, bit of a slide from Schneider on the exit, then bit of a big slide from Binchek on the exit of the bus stop. Oh, tell you what, grip just doesn't seem to exist here today, does it? Everybody's getting a bit sideways. Everyone's a bit keen on the throttle. Anyone ever heard of taking a chill pill? Because that's what you all need to do, lads. Calm down. We're 20 minutes into a 4-hour race. Goodness me. Looks like it's the last lap of a sprint event. Ozturk already into the pits in the 35 car. Maybe he's got some damage there. And Binchek getting a bit sideways, and you may have just seen the car actually lifting off over Eau Rouge. That is that's just a connection issue on his behalf. That is not the actual game. He is not getting airborne over Eau Rouge. Actually, if I remember correctly, a few years back, there was an LMP2 car that did actually take off over Eau Rouge, wasn't there? I remember correctly. Do let me know if I'm wrong. I believe it was WEC. It just kind of got to the top of Eau Rouge, got it wrong, went over the rumble strips on the inside, and just the front end lifted off, and it did a cartwheel. I really shouldn't be laughing at that, because that's quite a serious accident, but yeah, it's that's not what you really want to be doing at a racetrack, is taking off. I'm sure Mark Webber can vouch for that. If anybody's taken off, wins the award for most kind of turning into an airplane in a race car. Oh my! Bence McIntyre. That was all sorts of sideways. Great save though. My goodness me. He's struggling out there in that Musion DPI, which is really unlike the Musion car. They're usually one of the front runners. McIntyre really struggling. But as I was saying, yeah, if anyone's ever going to win an award for most times I've turned a race car into an airplane, it's going to be the Mr. Chin himself, Mark Webber, who I've actually met him. Very nice man. Surprisingly tall. Well, I knew he was tall, but even I mean, I'm 6'2", so he's the same height as me, and even then he was surprisingly tall. Especially for a racing driver. But enough about my Mark Webber. Let's focus on the action, shall we? Ike Sky, to be fair, in the chat on the YouTube stream, making a very good point. To be fair, Ike obviously I have to kind of respect him. He's a pretty quick driver, and he's a pretty good lad as well. He's also done some commentary in the past, that's a mistake, and he's quite good at it. So I'll cut him that slack. And he's just said that although you know although the GTEs don't have to get out the way of the fast categories, they do have a responsibility to hold the racing line. That is a very fair point, to be fair. Very, very fair argument to what I've said earlier. And I will agree that some GTE drivers are absolutely atrocious. However, I will also say that there are some prototype drivers who are perhaps a bit aggressive and a bit quick to call shots against the GTEs if they're held behind for one corner. Especially, you know, like a 24-hour event. I get, you know, you want to be going fast, but if you're being held up in one corner, calm down. Like, you know, don't need to be that aggressive. Pastore actually running onto the grass a little bit there. Samoa's chasing him down in the Holland Aston, the only Aston we've got on the grid this season. And the only Aston I'm sure you'll find in any rFactor 2 league anywhere, because everyone seems to hate the car for some reason. So kudos to those guys for actually running it. So I think it's a very welcome addition. I always love individuality among teams. I love, you know, teams being able to distinguish themselves, to have a sense of uniqueness about them. And you know, in a sense, this allows them to have that, being in the Aston. And you know, it just adds, you know, another element to the grid. It adds another degree of uncertainty, another degree of competitiveness, and another degree of multi-class racing, because, you know, the more the merrier, in my opinion, in terms of manufacturers. Here is Darius Andre, currently leading the way. He's got a 5-second lead over Sellers in P2. The Sim Apex guys looking to get a very smooth start indeed. They were pretty solid last time out of Sebring, and I think they'll be looking for a win this time round. And Darius Andre is a very quick driver, and if you ever want someone to win, well, he's your man. However, if the rule of thumb applies, and I've done RF2 commentary at Spa seemingly a million times, oh, I definitely know it does here. The hypercar, or the DPI pit window, apologies, hypercar, that's an incorrect timing board. The DPI pit window opens in about 6 minutes, so we should be seeing them diving into the pits very shortly. Obviously, as I said, I definitely know it's true around here for Spa because of how much commentary I've done here on endurance racing. But just a general rule of thumb, if you didn't know, just to keep you kind of watching along in RF2 endurance racing. Typically, your DPIs need to pit every half an hour. Your LMP2s need to pit every 40 minutes. And then your GTEs, the fuel lasts about an hour. Oh, dear me! That is an Iris car getting completely facing the wrong direction. What a save! My goodness me, I'm not sure. Oh, in contact for good measure. I have no idea what just happened there. Maybe just a smidge of dirty air. My goodness. That was ridiculous. I have never seen a car lose it like that at P1 before. My goodness me. That was... that was ridiculous. You know, hats off. I don't even know who was driving. I don't even know what car it was. But absolute hats off. I'm still trying to process what I've just seen. Wow, what a save. What a save. There is Ben's McIntyre all over the back of Jonas Kaufman. Well, now falling back from Jonas Kaufman. Anyway. There is, that's Eduardo Garcia in the Moon car. Trying to chase down Daniel D'Souza. There goes Pascal Leggett around the outside. And I do apologise if I'm just kind of stopping and starting. I'm just trying to find what's better for my mic, if I let it on the desk or if I hold it. I'm not quite sure at the moment because of I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to make sure I sound absolutely lovely and crisp for all you watching along at home. But yeah, what a phenomenal save! That was amazing. Wow, wow, wow. I'm still trying to process. That is possibly the greatest save I've ever seen in sim racing. I think it's actually better. Maybe if I get a book there. Maybe better if I put a book under my mic. Nice little mic stand. But yeah, I think that is the greatest save I've ever seen in sim. That was unbelievable. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, to be honest. Oh, Sellers has got past Andre. What's happened here? So, Bradley, I think Andre's made a mistake somewhere because Bradley Sellers has just got past in the Iris car. Wow. Sorry about that. We missed that. That's, quite a shake-up. Well, then. Fair play, Bradley Sellers, just before the pit window as well. Quality stuff. So, Andre, the hunter becomes, or the hunted becomes the hunter, should I say. A 5-second lead vanishing into thin air. So not entirely sure what's happened, but yeah. Well, fair play to Bradley Sellers. I'm sure it was a very, very sweet little move as well. There is Billy Eisman. Daniel D'Souza all over the rear wing of the Seawolf BMW, and he's having a look into the inside until Lassos decides to maybe hold it back. Locks up a little bit as well. Oh, oh, wow. That's a great move. Unfortunately, the camera angle just hasn't enabled us to see that properly. But D'Souza has just used the camber in the corner and used his exit speed just to squeeze by D'Souza on the exit of the corner. Wow. That was phenomenal from... Wow. Fair play. Garcia gets past Eisman as well, so the Seawolf cars drop 2 positions in 2 kilometers. Obviously, if you didn't know that, I've mentioned it multiple times already. Obviously, my Spa knowledge is expertise. The run from La Source up to Lake Com is, in fact, 2 kilometers exactly. I don't know what I've put on an ASMR voice there. Don't worry, I'm not going to start licking my microphone just yet. Oh, and I've knocked my microphone again. Sorry about that. But, yeah, Garcia squeezes by as well. So Eisman has gone from bad to worse in 2 kilometers. And, well, it's now setting into that stage where the race has settled down. Selig has an 18-second lead in that 76 Corvette. That is some gap. They are flying at the moment. Well, and as we reach half an hour in, let's have a look. Let's have a look at some steward reports, shall we? I can tell what's going on. Agnes Rositis, who I didn't even realise was in this league. He's going to be in another league I'm doing tonight. I didn't even realise you were doing this, Agnes. Welcome along. Agnes Rositis is... Actually, let's have a look at announcements first. There's 75 in the... Right, so there's going to be one post-race. There's a complaint against Reynard van der Laan for going too quickly into a code 80. Someone's reporting the Valley Esports car at the start that was involved in the incident for not hitting the brakes. Ike's guy reporting the Valley Esports car again for turning on a car while they were being lapped. So yeah, just a few regarding being lapped and getting turned into. Ooh, Garcia's going to squeeze down the inside of the D'Souza there. There we go. That was easy. And unfortunately, I'm not trying to sound awkward, but our broadcaster has just minimised his application. Nick, can you bring it back up? Thank you very much. There we go. Oh, I'm missing an overtake. Eisman, Garcia, maybe. Oh. And I think Eisman is going to get this one. Around the outside into Bruxelles. No, Garcia still holding the inside line. They're side by side through Bruxelles. This is a fantastic piece of racing. Eisman sneaks through. Garcia's going to get the switch back out of No Name, though. Into Pouin they go. Trying to look down the inside. No, Garcia has to yield. It is Eisman back into P3 in the GTE category. The Seawolf Corvette starts to go their way a little bit again. Wow, that was a great little battle we've just witnessed there. We should be seeing the hypercars coming in a moment. Sellers has got 5 seconds on Andre. I think Andre's made another mistake because he's just dropped back again. Very interesting. That's not what Andre is going to want to be doing. There he is, the man who was on pole position in the Sim Apex Cadillac. Just struggling, it seems. Innocent Little, perhaps smelling blood here. In the Cadillac Seawolf. Obviously, all the DPIs are in fact Cadillacs. It's the only official DPI content. Last season we did run with some modded DPIs, but now we have official DPIs. So we are using that one. And there is Pascal Leggett. Looks like he has been overtaken by Slovenak. While we were looking away. So hopefully he can get back up into P6. Let's see what he can do. Just following a much tighter line through Puon. We'll give him a lot more grip because it'll be out of the dirty air on the inside. Getting that extra downforce on the front end. Obviously, the middle sector is all about downforce here at Spa, while the first and last sectors are about straight line speed. It's all about compromise here. What you're willing to sacrifice in the first sector and the third sector or the middle sector to benefit the other ones. You know, and it also really shows what different drivers' setup philosophies are, or in endurance racing case, different team setup philosophies. Obviously, because there are those drivers who will definitely be just wanting to go for straight line speed. There'll be those drivers and teams who will be wanting to perhaps focus more on corner speed. Perhaps I'm a kind of middle ground guy myself. I like decent straight line speed, but also decent corner speed. Well, that brings another story to. I know that I'm bringing up F1 stories and this is endurance racing, but another F1 story is there was a year, I believe it was 1999, when they when the F1 circus came to town, as it always does at Spa, and Michael Schumacher was came into the pits after one of the practice sessions and said, you know, I've got too much downforce on the rear end. You need to lower the rear by one click. I'm not getting enough speed down the Kemmel Straight, and the team turned around and said, Michael, that's going to mean you're not going to have enough rear downforce in the middle sector. It's going to compromise your speed through the middle sector. And obviously Michael, being himself, just turned around and said, let me handle sector 2. And he duly did so. What a driver. What a driver. What a shame to see what he's been reduced to after a horrible accident. Obviously, we always pray that he keeps fighting and keeps improving his condition. And although we don't get a lot of reports, the reports are much better each time we hear. But, you know, statistically, the greatest driver in the history of Formula 1 in terms of a win percentage while he was at Ferrari. It is a very sickening thought. And Spa, obviously being a circuit that was obviously very connected to Michael as well, won his first race here. Won his first seventh championship here. You know, had his 20th, you know, his 20-year F1 anniversary, his 300th race here. Certainly an okay driver. But I will move on from the Schumacher talking about stuff, but now then, there we can see that is Bradley Sellers coming out of the pits. Hypercar window, DPI. I keep saying hypercar because it says hypercar on screen. Whoever does the graphics for ARL, can you fix that? Thank you. Much love, Ross McIntyre. Yeah, as you can see, McIntyre, Sellers even coming out of the pits. So the DPI pit window is open. And the LMP2 window actually should be open any second now. There is Darius Andre. Okie dokie. Let's find out who is going to come out on top. If Andre has a very nice pit stop, very slick as well, he could be very nice. That's Yannick Muller as well. Lundvall inherits the lead. Kaufman goes to P2. McIntyre in as well. So where's Sellers going to be then? Let's find out. He's coming out of Stavolo now. And I'm assuming that looking at the live timing, all the DPI runners, apart from Sellers, actually. Okay, so Sellers is double stopping. He's double stinting. So Sellers will have an extra quick pit stop then, because he's not taking tyres on. So Sellers will definitely jump these guys in the pits. Because Sellers is on the medium tyres, which can go 2 stints. Meanwhile, the other guys are all on the softs, which can only go 1 stint. So he'll be jumping them. And yep, there he goes. So we will be gaining massively. And although he'll lose out time on track, that's a lot of time he's gained in the pit lane. It is a long old pit stop here. And a long old pit lane as well. There is Darius Andre leaving the pits. He came in when Sellers came in, there was about 5 seconds separating them. Now it's going to be more like 35. I've just been informed that Darius is actually struggling at the moment because he actually has some suspension damage from a DTE accident at the top. So there's been a collision with a GTE that we've not seen, and as a result, he's struggling. So he's been in the pits a long time here as well. So it may be that he's getting that repaired. So that would explain his sudden lack of pace. Thank you for letting me know. And again, if you have anything you do want to let me know, do go right ahead. My Discord DMs are wide open as always. If you have something you want to say, any shout outs you want to give to any of your teammates or your mum or something, or you just want a general chat, you want to just see how you're doing, my Discord DMs are open. Don't be afraid to get in there and message, and as well, don't be afraid to get up in there and hit up the rFactor or Ace Racing League given social medias, as Garcia once again having a look on Billy Eisman, but not being able to quite find his way through. He will get a nice slipstream though if he gets a good run through Radion, and it is a nice tasty run through Eau Rouge. Well, that'll be interesting to see how he does there then. As we carry on pounding around. It's not going to be this time through there. Oh, so there's a code 80. Sorry, I was just trying to check what was going on, but code 80 out. Very interesting. And yeah, thank you for the information, Remain, while we're in this code 80. Not entirely sure what's happened. Unfortunately, we're not able to get a replay because we've only got the one streamer. We're not that fancy, but from what I can tell, there's been a massive accident with the number 150 Ligier lapping a Ferrari, which would be why the code 80 is out. So, not entirely sure what's happened there. There is the 150 Ligier. Alex Moore in the Hex car in the pits. Thanks for informing me, Ike. And again, yeah, Mike Harmer's not a bad idea, to be fair, but I don't really have any space for it. I mean, I could, you know, do that with my mic if you wanted me to. I could put it over across the other side of the room to do what one Alex Heinen would say that my mic is then in the kitchen. Yeah, unfortunately for the 150 Ligier, there's Roland Zooks now in the lead of this race. I'm not sure if he needs to box or not. I believe he does. Well, he's actually. Oh yeah, he does because he's in the LMP2 category, isn't he? They haven't boxed yet. He's also in the net lead because he hasn't stopped yet. That's all part of the what I do love about these pit stop strategies early on, is that for just a short while the LMP2s can in fact lead. I just like that. I like that little fact, you know. And into the pits out of the pit team comes Alex Moore. I presume that the Ferrari is still lapping around rather slowly, hence the code 80 is still out. It's our second Code 80 of the day. And while the Code 80 is out, there is the Ferrari in question, Bartos Binchek, presumably anyway. And if anybody's interested, just a cheeky bit of real-world motorsport news. Liam Lawson has become the youngest ever DTM race winner on his debut in the series at Monza. And Ferrari become the first non-winning German constructor since 1996. Wonder how Alex Albon did. Anyway, back underway, here we go. Pascal Eggert trying to take a look around Slovak once again. He's looking closer than ever. Just behind them, Van der Laan as well. Yeah, a driver I'm a particularly big fan of. The Van der Laan hype train, as I've personally coined it. Oh, now we've got a bit of bit of a scrap going on in the Discord chat as well between the two teams that crashed. If you're not in the Discord, you can go into the description and click on the Discord link. Do come along and have a chat if you want to see the scrap. Here we go. Eisman, background Garcia. There we go. Very easy. BMW. Actually, no, maybe not, because the BMW sucks in a straight line, doesn't it? It's going to be side by side until they come. Can Eisman hold it down the outside again? Yes, he can. Nice little move from Eisman. Bit of argy-bargy just to seal the deal. Garcia is still there on the inside. Eisman does give him the space. But ultimately, it is Eisman who takes P3. And we can see some of the GTEs actually coming in already. However, I think they're in for damage repairs. Because the GTE window shouldn't really be open for another 15 minutes. And as Eisman goes through Pawn, he's already got a 7/10 gap. That is some gap indeed. And yeah, to be fair, again to Ike Sky, once again coming in as the most frequent messenger in the YouTube chat at the moment. It's just saying they've just basically lucked into a free 80-second repair, which is not bad at all. We'll take the code 80. There is Reinert van der Laan, very, very close to the back of Pascal Eggert. Looks like we've got some of the LMP2s diving into the pits because they've just suddenly gained a load of positions out of nowhere. So Bartos Binchek gets a penalty. I assume that will be for the incident with the 150. Yep, 20-second stop-go penalty. That's pretty harsh there. Here the man, though. The man with the plan, Reinert van der Laan. In the GM car. I do love me a bit of Van der Laan action. Oh, we want Van der Laan. Oh, well. Schneidy chasing down Tasker in the other GM car. It's not the 4 hours of Sebring. Once again, the graphics on a bit of a wobbly one. As we continue to go around. Let's see what Schneider can do on Neil Tasker. Oh, a bit of a wobble there on the mid-corner. Looks like he's managed to keep it going, though. Out of La Source we travel. Schneidy will have a run on Tasker now. The Ferrari is very, very quick in a straight line. Now up through Ocean Radion. Oh, that's a big wobble from Schneidy. Wow, and he saved that as well. We're getting all the fantastic saves here today. My goodness me, how's he held on to that one? I thought I'd seen it all with the Iris car and Puon, and now Schneidy's gone and blown that out of the water going up Eau Rouge. My goodness me, what a save from Malcolm Schneider. Oh my goodness me, just touching the curb. Oh, I cannot even just begin to describe the level of saves we're seeing. now. Back to the man with a plan, Reynolds van der Laan. The Van der Laan hype train is on full steam ahead right now. Because he is chasing down Pascal Leggett. That's Darius Andre. Look at me. Oh no, that's Egan heavily into the wall. Oh no, I don't believe it. Oh, Van der Laan off as well. Darius Andre comes back on, just doesn't see Egan. That's a huge accident. That could be some very, very big damage to Pascal Leggett. Van der Laan's got through that in the process after the contact. What? That will be a surefire penalty for Darius Andre. It goes from bad to worse for Sim Apex. Oh, we've gone from this. Oh dear me. That is just the worst piece of luck for Pascal Leggett. Darius Andre runs wide out of Puon and just comes back on and just does not see the Orica. Just slams it into the side of it. Van der Laan can do nothing to avoid and gets collected as well. And it looks like he's managed to keep going. Looks like he's actually okay. Doesn't seem to be crabbing, which is a positive. There is... Oh! It does look like there is some visual damage to the front. So there will be some aero damage that could explain the big wobble. He's got the slipstream now as well. Yeah, there is a lot of damage to the front end of that car, but suspension-wise, it looks okay. Running a very wide through Lake Con, though. Whew. Tell you what, this has really picked up in the last 10 minutes. All the action-packed events here in the Lift Endurance League. And that's a penalty there for somebody, and a lockup for somebody there as well. There is Darius Andre. And Darius Andre. Well, someone's got a penalty in regards to Darius Andre. What? Very interesting. So someone's got a penalty as a result of Darius Andre. And well, now Darius Andre's about to get a penalty. Well, I'll be surprised if he doesn't, to be honest, because that was a huge accident. Oh my goodness me! Oh no, that's a car coming up the pits. Don't worry, panic over. I thought that was a car flying off the circuit. That, however, was Yannick Müller getting very close to the inside barrier there. Over at Radion. That was very scary indeed. Whew. Do you want to just, like, maybe chill out a bit, lads? Like, there's still 4 hours to go. We all want to make the end of this race, don't we? I still couldn't get over the fact that I genuinely thought that car exiting the pits was actually a, was a car going off the track. Aye. Whew. There is now a 23.5-second lead for Selig and the Caspian 76 Corvette. They are loving life at the moment, running a very quiet race out the front. In actually, that's the old Corvette, that is. Huh. Interesting, that is the old Corvette, I think. Yeah, it is. That's the C7R. I thought we ran the C8R. Did we not run the C7R? No, yeah, well, you can, but they haven't. Oh, okay. So obviously, Caspian have well, in the real world, those mean they're running on a limited budget, and that could be the case as well, because they might not want to buy the car for about a £5 from the Steam marketplace. But yeah. So according to I've just been informed we do run both, but I assume they didn't want to fork out a £5 each. Obviously, don't like Studio 397 that much, do they? So they're running the old C7R, and it's actually running very, very well. Which, you know, fair enough. I respect that. I wonder if the other car's the C8R. That would be cool, wouldn't it? If that car was the C7 and the other car was the C8 car. I wonder if that's the case. That would be cool. I know, I didn't notice it. I just saw a Corvette, you know. Probably should have noticed, but, you know, I try my best, don't I? Here is Alex Moore on Pascal Leggett, who is really struggling now. He's just been running slower and slower and slower. He's dropped 3.5 seconds to Van der Land now. That damage really not running too well on him. Up, and yeah, that was very easy, wasn't it? Okay, Aiden Coleman briefly came into the stream chat and then left the staff chat. Hello, Aiden. That was a bit unintentional, wasn't it? Whew, yeah, it's all calming down a bit now, I think. Anyway, as we carry on going, there is Anis Kunjic in the OPP car in P3. But Linus Lumpville, once again, Seawolf leading the way. Surprise, surprise. I wonder how long it is until Darius Andre is slapped with a penalty. I'm going to estimate it's not long, because that was a very nasty rejoin. Schneidy locking up the front right a bit there, chasing down Neil Tasker. 5 minutes to go until we hit the hour mark. Schneidy currently running P11 in class, which is not bad at all. Yeah, solo sport car doing its best out there. As he continues to lap around. On the run now, out of Staveley. And, well, Spa, obviously, as I said earlier, that used to be a big right-hander, but, very historic circuit is Spa, obviously, 100 years old this year. Race has been, or being held there in some shape or form. It's been through a world war. Yeah, this area was in both world wars. Obviously, the most famously, the Battle of the Bulge was obviously, this is obviously in the Ardennes Forest of Spa. This is where the Battle of the Bulge was in the Second World War, as the Allied forces pushed into Nazi Germany. Obviously, it's where the if anyone knows the World War I history, it's where the Schlieffen Plan was possibly one of the failures of the Schlieffen Plan, because the Germany had to push through Belgium instead of directly into France, and that caused the failure of the Schlieffen Plan, and ultimately what led to trench warfare. And in World War II, it's actually what caused the French to fall right at the start, because they left the Ardennes Forest undefended. They had the Maginot Line all up along the border of France and Germany, except as there you go, there's the penalty for Darius Andre, and then they yeah, they left Ardennes Forest untouched because they thought that it was naturally impenetrable. And then the 5th Panzer Division said, "Hallo, wie geht's?" and went straight through, and actually was so fast through that they actually had to sit and wait in Normandy for the rest of the Wehrmacht to catch up. And that's actually why Dunkirk, or Operation Yellow as it was known, was such a success for the Allies, because the 5th Panzer Division was told to just sit there and do nothing, because if they'd have made contact on their own, because the rest of the army wasn't there, they would have been slaughtered. There you are, just a little history lesson for you in regards to Spa. There's a lot of things here. Actually, Murray Walker, actually, well, he first talked about, his first commentary was actually motorbike races here in 48, I believe. And he was here for the first Grand Prix that was here. But he actually, in his autobiography, if you ever get the chance to read it, it's a very good book. Obviously, Murray Walker, probably one of the most legendary, or arguably one of the most legendary sports commentators of all time. Really set the standard for sports commentary. Full stop. Very good book. He was a tank commander in World War II, and he actually talks about being in the Battle of the Bulge in the Ardennes Forest, and he was at Spa, in the war, and then later came here however many times as a commentator, which is fantastic to think about. He lived such a storied life. Lived to a very ripe old age as well. And he's sorely missed as well. Still remember when he passed away earlier this year. And he did live to a ripe old age, to be fair. And as I said, he lived a fantastic life, but it's still such a tragic loss to the motorsport community. He's just such a man who was so respected by the entire paddock, and he will be missed. That confirms my suspicions that the 75 Corvette is in fact the C7R as well, and that lets me down, because I was really hoping that the Caspian would be running one C7R, one C8R, to make it seem like they had the money to buy one C8R even, and we're like, actually, we're kind of poor, so we're not going to buy the C7. Wasn't quite funny. The pit window should be opening for the GTs about now, as we enter into the kind of first hour bit. Oh, he's actually been pushed off there by a solo sport car, I think that is. That's not ideal. Oh no, he's about to get, is that going to be lapping, or is that going to get overtaken by that BMW? That's one of the BMWs that was involved in the start line incident. And there is Sean Jones in the RS car, another car that took damage early on, P13 overall. And now is probably a great time just to take a very brief break, as we just have a quick word from our sponsors. So just stay tuned, we'll be back with you shortly. Never mind. I've just been informed that actually we're not getting a word from our sponsors because we don't have access to our cool sponsor video for some reason. So I'll just give them a shout out. Large up my mans over at Sadler Computers and Lyft, because they're big men. You know what I'm saying? Wagwan, bruv. I'm sorry. If you wanted me to like actually commentate in London slang over ARL, firstly I'd get fired immediately, but I'd also do it. It's yeah, it's no worries, Nick. Yeah, shout out to Sadler Computers and also to Lyft for sponsoring us. Go check them out. The links are in the description. They're a good bunch of lads. They are. Yeah, big up to them. Yeah. Oh well, I'm kind of tempted to actually commentate in slang now. I can put on my London accent in it. Yeah, bruv. Now we're talking. You're done though. Oh, that's a bit of a kerfuffle going on there. That's about three. I think they are fighting for position as well. Yeah, they are. No, well, Van der Laan and Moore are. The Corvette isn't. And it's still something, isn't it? All aboard the Van der Laan hype train. Oh, Darius Andre got a drive through. Wow, that's impressive. Wow. That is impressive. Oh, the one I'm just thinking about accents. My stepbrother had some friends over last night, and one of his friends, she said she thought I was Welsh at first, which is something. I am not Welsh, if you can't tell. To be fair, I was speaking in my normal voice, which is much deeper than this. It's kind of more like this, but yeah, it was a bit weird to be like, are you from Wales? I was like, what? No. Oh, Mo's got past Van der Laan while I was talking about being called Welsh. There we go. Van der Laan, the Van der Laan hype train has grinded to a halt. There's a red light. He's got to wait because Alex Moore's squeezed past in the Ligier Hex car. Well. Come on, Raiden. Let's go. Let's pick up. Let's pick up the pace in the race. Your first place. On the mic, don't make a mistake when I'm mixing the Grey Goose with lemonade. That won't get us copyright strikes. I don't think YouTube recognizes random rap lyrics. There is Neil Tasker pulling into the pits. Yeah. So obviously the GT window is now open. There's Martin Militite in the. Oh, that's a Musion. That's in a. No, that's the Iris car. What am I talking about? My brain's just melted. I'm sorry. That is obviously an Iris car. Yeah, that's clearly an Iris car. Oh, and they're running the Bell Sport logo on the back as well. That's nice of them. I was just talking to actually, if you're watching Connor, hello. You're probably not, because I know your team's racing at the moment. But as you do, I was just talking to Connor, who is a team boss over at another team who aren't competing in Aero, but so Bell MK Sport. Them and Iris have a bit of a collaboration thing going on. So they're just balling in it. So there was going to be another race on today. They were entering like a proper thing, and Yannick Muller in the 888 car. That is the actual 888, by the way, for those of you wondering. Yeah, one that used to be in BTCC, but they're not anymore. Joachim Levisen, currently P10 overall. Let's have a look at where they are in the standings, because they are on the 16th or they're 10th in class. Apologies. I can't do my maths apparently. Oh wow, that I really can't do maths. I've just noticed how like easy it is to get that wrong, isn't it? But yeah. Just trying to think of any other interesting Spa facts that I can think of. Either. Oh no, Neil Tasker's got a penalty. What? Neil, why? Oh, Neil. Have you sped in the pit lane, you donkey? Muppet. I'm totally not biased, am I? Yeah. Spa, obviously, as we head into Eau Rouge, actually, there's another interesting Spa fact. Yeah, obviously, Eau Rouge is so called because there is a little river, or it's more a little stream, actually, that runs under the track. And, the water is red because the color of the sediment that it picks up from the rocks underneath is it picks up this red colored sediment, so it's a red color. Thus, red water. Red water in French is Eau Rouge, and they speak French in some of Belgium. So there you are. And funny enough, La Source is the river source. Funny that, isn't it? So there you are. That's another little Spa fact for you there. So I might just pull up some more actually, because Spa facts never go amiss. I love a cheeky Spa fact. There's Martin Militite, yellow flag out in sector 3, gone as quickly as it arrived. More circuit facts. There's a Bertone, Savannah, just punting around in the music car. I mean, they've had a really early driver change. That's interesting. Here we are then. Race facts. So, the circuit hosted a round in the inaugural Formula 1 World Championship in 1950. Juan Manuel Fangio won. And Spa remained on the calendar until the late 60s, and then because then it was considered too dangerous, so it got taken off. And then they went to Zolder and Nivelles for a few years before they came back to the new and improved circuit in 83, and then they've been there ever since, apart from in 2004, no, 2006 and 2007, I think. They didn't have it for some reason. Eau Rouge and Radion. Daniel De Souza now on the Chrome car as well. Eau Rouge and Radion, 35-meter elevation. That is very, very steep indeed. Oh. Okay, thanks for doing that, Google. Kimi Raikkonen and Lewis Hamilton have the best win record at Spa with who won there last year? Was it, unless Lewis won there last year, which he probably did. Yeah, he probably did. Yes, he did. So Lewis Hamilton currently has 5 victories at Spa, which is the most of any driver on the current grid. Then it's Kimi Raikkonen with 4. Very impressive, Kimi. Then Vettel has 3. Leclerc in 2019 became the first driver to score a maiden victory at Spa since Michael Schumacher in 1992. Fernando Alonso has never won at Spa. Obviously, if you go there for the Grand Prix, you'll along the Kemmel Straight we've just seen Patrick Riznak driving, you'll often see the Orange Army, the Legion of Max Verstappen fans, all obviously dressed in orange. This is technically his home race because it's he was actually born and raised in Belgium. His mother, Sophie Kempfen, who was an incredibly fast kart racer back in the day, is from Belgium, but his father's Dutch, so he chose to represent Holland. But yeah, Sophie Kempfen, an incredibly talented kart racer. She was rapid, man. She won countless European Championship races. And obviously, it's got some endurance events here as well. Spa 24 hours, hard to be the most famous one. Probably the biggest GT3 endurance event in the world. Maybe aside from the Nürburgring 24 hours. Also the 6 hours of Spa. This is the 4 hours, which is also very, very cool, obviously. Here at the Lift Endurance League. We're very cool. Yeah. Jim Clark took his first F1 victory here and won 4 seasons in a row, but he hated the track. Wow. Never knew that. And when I know Jackie Stewart thought it was far too dangerous. So, you know. And obviously the Master Kink corner, which was the most dangerous one in the world in his opinion. Bruno Senna set the only fastest lap of his career at the Belgian Grand Prix in 2012. His uncle, Ayrton Senna, well, originally, actually, that's another interesting fact. Bruno Senna, when he was karting, Ayrton actually said that Bruno was better. So while he was karting, Ayrton believed that Bruno was going to be a better driver, but then, obviously, when Ayrton was tragically killed at the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix, Bruno was pulled away from karting for a fair few years. Obviously, his progress was stunted, and he never quite achieved the same heights. Ayrton's never achieved the fastest lap here. That's very interesting. He was very, he won 6 Grand Prix at Spa and never got a fastest lap here. Very interesting. Michael Schumacher is the only driver to win a World Championship at Spa in 2004. And 11 of the last 20 Belgian Grand Prix have been won by less than 5 seconds. Jim Clark won in 1963 with a legendary drive in the wet. Won by, I think it was over 5 minutes he won by. Which was phenomenal. There you are. There you are. Very interesting Spa facts there indeed. Oh, and I've just seen a very nice photo of the actual red water as well. That is very red. Oh, Rouge is definitely Rouge. There you are. Cheeky bit of Spa facts for you. I can carry about the war ones if you want, because they're ones like actually no one don't have to Google. I'm here all week. 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 20 seconds remaining here in the third round of the Lift Endurance Series here at ARL. But yeah, the Ardennes Forest, very lovely place in the world, very hilly, interesting weather. It is Spa is it's not like the Nürburgring where it can rain on one side of the track and then be bone dry on the other, but it is a track where the rain only ever comes from one direction. Weirdly, if it's going to rain, I think it always starts raining up at Lake Com first, and then works its way down the track. I'm not sure why that is. I think it's just the direction the weather comes from, and it's also that when it does rain, the rain comes in incredibly fast. Like it will start raining just out of nowhere, and it will just come down like buckets. Again, 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, famous for the start line accident. Possibly one of the most greatest pieces of commentary in the world from the late great Murray Walker, when Michael Schumacher crashed into the back of David Coulthard, and just the absolute ridiculous rain. Oh yeah, and also Damon Hill won in a Jordan. Good lad. Took their first Grand Prix and pissed off Ralf Schumacher with progress. Apologies for the language. That's fine. Yeah, but yeah, can't we see Tibor Kiss in the Imperium Corvette? That is a C8R, and it's not faring quite as well as its younger brother, currently leading the race by about 30 seconds. That's not ideal, is it? And there is its younger brother, currently leading the race, Semir Celik. in the Caspian Corvette. The 76 car, the 75 obviously taken out at the start of the race. Yeah, running very, very strongly at the moment. And just, you know, running a very solid race. He's not really put a foot wrong, to be honest. We've hardly ever looked at him, but that's because he's been very clean. And as he pulls through the corners, there is Niels Fischer in the 888 car. Another very quick driver. Lots of very quick drivers in this league, of course. Into the pits comes Yannick Muller. Darius Andre will gain a place. Through goes Andre. I believe he has served his drive-through now, at least. Down the straight. And Anes Kujundžić. Kujundžić, there you go. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce that first time. It's a name I haven't seen before. Apologies. But oh, that's another nice little fact. It's David Croft's 51st birthday. From one commentator to another, happy birthday, David. Hope you're having a good day. I know you're not watching mainly because Formula One qualifying is on right now. But you know, happy birthday. I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of your work, but I appreciate the job you do. It's you do a great job. You know, you've kind of become the voice of F1, the first kind of permanent voice of F1 that we've had since Murray Walker. So yeah, happy birthday to David Croft. Hope you have a good day, mate. And on the subject of birthdays, if there's anybody's birthdays, let me know. I can happily give a shout out. I'm more than happy to help out. Agnes Rositis in the car, a driver who I had A, zero idea was in this league, and B, I'm expecting to commentate winning a race at Suzuka this evening. That's a lot of work for one day, Agnes. Especially because, you know, you're fighting for the championship in this other one. Yeah, fair enough to Agnes Rositis. I presume. Let me just double check, but I am fairly certain he's doing the race tonight. Yep, he is. And if anyone's interested, I'll just pull up the graph that a very nice man by the name of Case Willems sent me. If I can find it. If you're watching, hello, Case. He is currently leading that said championship by, wow, whole 22 points. That's a very stable league, but he's not leading the constructors though, is he? No, that's Bag Motorsport. It's close, but it's not close enough. 18 points separating them both. But Agnes Rositis in the 888 car is, you know, currently solidly vibing in 5th place, which we will take. I'm also just going to be stuck with Agnes Rositis for a little while because Nick Barnsdale is just quickly going for a quick break. And we'll also see you very soon, I'm sure. Ike Sky, try not to crash, my friend. Good luck out there. Ooh, I've just seen an accident from the Formula One. And that is one Mick Schumacher in the barrier. That will be the red flag, but he did get in to Q2, to be fair to him. Obviously, I am not watching qualifying, I'm here, so... I did watch the F3 though, that was quite a good race at the end. It was a bit boring at the start. It was a very good race at the end. If anyone didn't catch the F3, it was about 8 cars within 3 seconds of each other. All fighting for the lead at the end of the race. It was very nice. There's another car. Who's that? That is Billy Eisman in the Seawolf, isn't it? How you doing, Billy? Still running around in P3. Very nice indeed. Anyway, back to the action. Sorry, I'll stop looking at my championship graphs for later. Elysia Nunez. That is a class name, may I just say. They're just lapping the Imperium Corvette there. Currently P11 in class. 2 laps down. As that Sarah comes in for the... it should be an LMP2 pit window about now, actually, so... That's why you can see Sarah in P3 in the pits on the graph. Don't know why I turned into Northern there. It's a Northern. Looking at the standings graph. Yorkshire. I should stop my accents, they're terrible, aren't they? And yep, Sarah dropping down. Van der Laan also into the box, and Nunez goes round into the barriers. Dinks the front end, just too much speed into Lafania. Well, seems to have been able to keep going, but no, I don't know if there's damage or not. The suspension should be okay because it was a light tap on the front end, but yeah, they seem to be okay, I think. So yeah, there you are. So, yeah, still going a little bit wide out of that corner. So yeah, my suspicion of that maybe a bit of front end damage is a possibility. But they're not going to dive to the pits, I don't think. Joachim Louisen, currently P9 in class. Who also needs to stop. They haven't stopped yet. Van der Laan should be exiting the pits now. Excuse me there. That is the 76 car that's currently leading the GTE category by a solid 36 seconds. Oh, that's really wide into Puon. And AstroTurf's going to bite back if you're not careful, Joachim. He's just working his way around. Again, hope everyone is having a good day who's watching along. I'm just currently vibing, you know. There's Ronan Zooks, currently at P2 in class, which is a pretty good result for the Mugen guys, but I'm sure they'll be wanting a win for sure. There's Alex Moore, currently in the lead of the P2 class. They do need to box, and they are, well, that's Van der Laan trying to unlap himself. Van der Laan hype train, choo-choo, let him through. Just let him unlap himself, Alex, please, for me. I'm definitely not biased. I just love Van der Laan. I love his driving. Every time he steps in a car, he's so electric. He just does things, you know? Especially in a GTE. He's phenomenal in a GTE car. He's just an absolute GTE merchant. He's not as much of a GTE merchant as other drivers. Someone like Ernest Lapans, for example, who is a phenomenal driver. Isn't in this series, but you've probably heard of him. He is a GTE merchant. Completely, well and truly, but Reinier Van der Laan, as Moore does come into the pits there and lets him through. Good lad. Reinier Van der Laan, the man of my dreams. I can make a football channel out of that. He's just a phenomenal driver, you know. And every time he steps in the car, you know he's gonna do some bits. And once again, that's what he's doing here. There is Sam Wooldridge. He's definitely made up some spots in that solo sport car. Nice one, mate. Yellow flag very briefly out in Sector 3, but it's now gone again. And Wooldridge, yeah, as I was saying earlier, he's another driver who I've raced with in the past. He is pretty quick. And he's seemingly struggling a bit out there today. Maybe Spa not his forte. I know it's certainly not mine. Even with all the practice that I put in there for one race once, I put in something like 300 laps, so I still suck around here. As Sermon Ozturr gets a penalty. But yeah, Wooldridge is yeah, he's just kind of working his way around through Lafania. That's a bit of a dive there from the Seawolf DPI, just down the inside. Obviously, they kind of have to dive because there is no obligation to move out the way from the GTE cars. Very nice engine noises at the moment. I'm very good at engine impressions, aren't I? Daniel D'Souza now, P7, trying to have a look around the Imperium Corvette. Let's follow this battle for the time being, shall we? Let's see if he's going to have a look into La Source. I think he's going to be a little bit too far back. He's having a look anyway. It's a bit keen. Maybe he's trying to pressure a mistake from Martin Militari. However, the Porsche is very, very quick in a straight line. That flat six engine just heaving out power. And is it it's got a very aerodynamic shape as well. Through Eau Rouge and up Radion now we go. He will have the slipstream. You can see the gap tumbling on the Delta. He's going to stay behind Militari for as long as he dares. Militari will likely pull to the inside. Try and break the toe. D'Souza out. No, he should have had a look. He should have braked. Oh, come on, Daniel, man. You can do better than that. And he's going to have to fall back again. There's no overtaking opportunities in the middle sector, so he's going to be stuck behind him. Oh, that's a shame for Daniel D'Souza. He's getting lapped there by Darius Andre as well in the and the Triple Eight car. Oh man, Daniel should have taken that move. I'm telling you. Poor from Daniel. It's poor from Daniel. I'm disappointed. I want Daniel to come into the commentary booth and apologise, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to be upset. I want a written apology addressed. I will DM you my address, Daniel. I want a written apology in formal English saying I'm sorry for not taking that move. It's poor from you. Ah, well. There's always the next lap, isn't there? He's a little bit further back, but he can always try again. Up into Blumschein we fly. Taking a look now. Well, not really taking a look because he's 8/10ths back, but certainly having a glance into the bus stop and hard on the brakes they go. That's a really good angle to see the camera of the corner, just how tricky it is. I've certainly spun myself there a fair few times. It's very much easy to do so. Especially on a single screen monitor. I was saying that earlier. So obviously maybe those running triple screen, maybe an ultra wide. Certainly in VR, you'll be a little bit better off for those corners. You can just kind of see where the camera of the corner lies. Obviously, this version of Spa is laser scanned. It is official rFactor 2 content. But you know, people running on a single screen monitor, which I would presume is most of this field, it's a little bit more tricky because on a single monitor it's harder to perceive not only depth, but also just kind of angles and stuff. And just the way the track rises and falls in certain places. So the camber, no, through here as well, you know, this corner is off camber, but you just don't see that on a monitor, on a single monitor, so it's just a little bit tricky to kind of judge the corner sometimes. The series are trying to close the gap, but I think he's actually just lost some of that momentum that he had behind him earlier. McIntyre holding steady for the time being. Now back up on the run to Blumschein. Some big accidents here in the past. Let's see, yeah, back in 2000, the driver who it was escaped. There was a huge accident here in the Grand Prix, bouncing off that what there used to be gravel there, and they just bounced straight over the gravel into the tire barrier and bedding the stuff's quite far in. That was really late in the brakes from Daniel there. As McIntyre now pulls further away as a result. As we reach the half-an-hour mark, we should be seeing some of the DPIs come back in to the pits. I think Daniel D'Souza's messed it up a little bit. Ooh, that was a big wobble out of No Name as well. Ooh, that was some tyre smoke there. Bit of a lock-up on the run into poo on. The GTEs do have to brake and downshift. Well, most of the cars will, but especially the GTEs, and then they'll have to blend the entire way through the corner. And now, actually, I think either someone's coming to the pits or Wardred just lost a place there. There goes one of the LMP2s. That's an Orca, if you can't tell. Fortunately, the race seems to have settled down quite a bit at the moment. Just waiting for a pit stop window to open, perhaps. 28 minutes left until we're about halfway. Is gaining something on Wardridge. I wonder if Wardridge has damage. He's gaining about a second over the course of kind of through the first sector. Souza still pounding in the laps. And yeah, he's definitely gaining on Waldridge, that's for certain. And this actually comes into the was that? No, he doesn't come into the pits. That was just the barrier getting in the way. And looks like I've just knocked something over my room. Apologies about that. I'll just pick that up. And the Souza has now jumped Waldridge. I just wasn't looking at that precise moment, so maybe Waldridge has gone off or something. And yeah, I don't think Waldridge has gone off. Maybe or come into the pits because he's just dropped back behind Tibble Kiss as well. Yeah, he must have gone off. You continue to follow around Daniel D'Souza. I believe that Formula 1 qualifying is about to end, so I will see what's going on there. There's Verstappen on pole. Only one in the 129s as well. Very nice. There you go, Max Verstappen and Red Bull continuing their advantage in the Grand Prix. As me and my friends like to refer to it as Big Pricks. Spelled P-R-I-X. Wow. And I think Kiss is gaining slowly on Daniel D'Souza. And as yeah, Kiss is slowly gaining. Souza, I'm not sure if he's struggling on tyres, maybe. Let me have a look at the live timing. No, tyres are fairly fresh. I'm not sure if he's just overcooked them, maybe, or he's just struggling. What was that? He's done 12 laps on these tyres. But he did 27 laps on his last set, so who knows, frankly. And the 37 car's got another drive-through, and they are one warning before a disqualification. My oh my, that's not ideal for the 37 car. That's the Moonstar Alpha Squad. Hakan Kane Salah, Dikichi, and Erdinch Bakar. I have no idea where they are at the moment. Oh, they are currently last on the road. Well, the two retirees in the Moon 35 and the Valley Esports car who went out at the start. That's not ideal for them. Oh, that's a code 80. They're running very slowly. So a code 80's got Nick Barnsdale's just AFK at the moment, so we're not going to get any code 80 graphic, which is also why we've been stuck with Daniel D'Souza for such a long time. There goes everyone diving into the pits in a response to the code 80. Very, very interesting. Oh, that's a wheel. Somebody has lost a wheel. There is the code 80 graphic, but somebody's lost a wheel. Who is it? That's the question. Code 80 is done now, apparently, but there's still a wheel there. Yeah, that's weird. No idea who's lost the wheel, but they seem it might have been Lovison. Maybe, I don't know. There's a load of cars in the pits, so someone's obviously got it wrong on the coming up Radion, and there's lost a wheel. Brief code 80 number 3, but looks like they've got back to the pits now. I'm not entirely sure. Right, 232 car's got a warning as well. Reynard van der Land's also lost 2 positions. Oh, and we've got a few people complaining about the number 37 Moon car. Well, that's very interesting. There is Roland Zooks chasing down Ike Sky at the moment. And Van der Laan isn't about 8 seconds back. There was contact between Ike Sky and Van der Laan, which is why he has dropped back. Oh my goodness me, Roland Zooks! What did I just watch? Okay, Roland Zooks decided he's now a rallycross driver. And has absolutely just sent all over the grass. My goodness me, that was terrifying. Holy mother of all things holy. That was terrifying. Roland Zooks, man, that was scary. Still not a lot of time between the two of them. Yellow flag out in Sector 1, hopefully for nothing major. And it's gone as quickly as it arrived. And it's back! It's still Zooks chasing down Ike Sky. Van der Laan is gaining very quickly. 2 seconds over that last lap. That may be part and parcel because of the absolute state of the Ike Sky gets a penalty. Oh, was that for the Van der Laan thing? Yeah, drive-through for Van der Laan. No, what? Hey? Yeah. Yeah, Ike Sky, penalty. Well, disaster for the Hex squad for contact with Van der Laan. An absolutely banging song's just come on my playlist as well. I've got a recommendation. I must just say, SpongeBob by Koki is a tune. Nick actually fell asleep. Well, Nick, man, I know you're very tired. Do not be afraid to fall asleep, man. I'm just gonna say this thing now, but do not worry about doing commentary in this this next hour. I'm code 80 out again. What's happened here? So I wonder who's that's for. That's Ben Speggiet coming out the pits there in the Musion Corvette. That's also just in every violation of every rulebook ever. If that was real world, you'd be getting the mother of all penalties for that, because he's just completely cut the pit exit white line. Fair play, Bence, I'll give it to you. I don't think there is a rule in the 80 Racing League rulebook saying that. Right. Fair play. There is the man himself, Jonas Kaufmann. I'm still wondering what the code 80's for. It could be for Sysmania, who's just come into the pits. Ike Sky will have a drive-through, so that could be a free drive-through for Ike Sky if he makes it to the pits in time. Either that or they're trying to protest it. Oh, was that contact? I know it's weaving. Looks like someone's just overtaken under code 80 as well. Daniel D'Souza are up to P5 in class. In the Chrome car. Oh, it's supposed to be 30 degrees today. I'm freezing. See, I don't get nice and hot and sweaty doing all the work. I just freeze. The life of a commentator, eh? Code 80 now over. Oh, that's Ike Sky jumping into service drive-through. I was wondering, he just had a moment there. Rolling Zooks, though, inherits second place. That's Joachim, no, sorry, that's Sazbolks Erdely. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that, I've never seen that. Sazbolks Erdely, there you go. Sorry, I've not seen some of these names before, so do excuse me. If I had, I would have learned them, but I haven't, so my apologies for that. Oh, that's wide from Southbolks. Linus Lundvall currently has the lead in DPI by over 22 seconds, which is impressive. Once again, Seawolf showing their class, as per expected. Well, you can just see the pace difference through there between the DPIs and the LMP2s. The DPIs are so much faster. It's unbelievable. Magnus Rositis is boxing. That's why he's losing time. I was about to say. He's going very slowly. Oh, that's a right cluster occurs, isn't it? Yeah, Magnus Rositis into the pits. He will fall down into P4 at least. More possibly, well, possibly, yeah, P5. He will definitely fall to P4 though. Andre will get past as Rusinak gets a penalty there. Not sure what that's for. Yeah, Jonas Kaufman a minute behind Linus Lundvall. That is it's quite some gap. Nine minutes to go until the halfway mark, and fortunately for you lot, my departure, because I know you all hate me. Yeah, Linus Lundvall just driving his own race. That's actually the Mugen car trying to get a bit racy behind them for some reason. Just trying to unlap itself, clearly. It also has its lights off, which I personally find a bit weird. I don't like having my lights off in endurance racing. I always thought it was a bit odd. Yellow flag is out. Oh, that's a Porsche facing the wrong way at the top of Radion. It's moving again, but I am not entirely sure what's happened there. That's a lot of dust being kicked up there as well. Wow, that was weird. There is Daniel D'Souza. The yellow flag is out once again. Ooh, a bit wobbly from Daniel D'Souza. Unfortunately, I've got some bad news. Well, you're lucky because you're getting rid of me. There isn't going to be anybody commentating for the next hour until Tobias Blumschein drops in. So apologies for that. You just have to wait, unfortunately. Tobias is very, very capable. Actually, that's an understatement. He's a very, very good commentator. So I'm sure you'll be in good hands once he turns up. But unfortunately, when I disappear, you won't be getting any talking for a bit. But you know, maybe that's for the best. You can sit back and appreciate the mystic art that is sim racing and the Lift Endurance League here at ARL. Oh, the code 80. Sorry, I was looking at live timing. Code 80 out. Unsure as to why the code 80's out. Apparently, Yeah, not sure what the code 80's for. Apologies for that. There's a car with a rear wing in Sector 2, apparently. It's the 38, apparently. It's the 888 Race Engineering. That's the, it'll be Nils Fischer at the wheel, I believe. No, it's, Alex Cochran at the wheel. That's a surprise. That's, Code 80 has now ended, at least. Very peculiar from Alex. That's not the kind of thing you'd expect to see from him. Jonas Kaufmann now leading in the OPP car, seeing as how see if we're coming to the pits and hand it over to Ian Kittal. Ian is a phenomenally quick driver. So don't be alarmed, Seawolf fans, you're in safe hands. As you can see there, David Martin out on the wheel of the Solo Sport car, taking on Neil Tasker. This is on board with Tasker. No, it's on board with Martin, and Martin's actually got through down the inside of Puon. That's a fantastic move by David Martin. That was a very, very nice move by David Martin. Neil Tasker just couldn't do anything. Fair play. Oh, Nick Barnsdale thinks that was tragic camera work on that overtake, but don't worry, Nick, it was gorgeous. Your camera work's always lovely, bro. It's fine, bro. Don't worry about it, bro. Ooh, and Martin getting and Neil Tasker trying to fight back. But I think he's not going to have enough up Eau Rouge. I mean, it's dropping rapidly, but will he be close enough after Radion? Let's find out. Oh, I think he will actually, because Neil Tasker is all over the back of David Martin. Pulls out, there goes the GM car around the outside. Down the Kebble Straight, who's going to get it? It's going to be Neil Tasker. That was literally a walk in the park for Neil. And there goes Darius Andre trying to squeeze down the inside. Oh. Gently, boys, and now David Marsh is going to try and follow through up the inside into Bruxelles hairpin. Lovely little manoeuvre there. Down the inside, he's seen the opportunity, and he is taking it with full force. Well, Tasker just didn't expect that at all, and he's really dropped back from that. That was very unlucky on his behalf. Just a wrong place, wrong time kind of incident just after retaking that P9. And on that note, as we approach the 2-hour mark, it is safe to say that I am, well, it's not safe to say that I must bid you adieu. And apparently we're now not getting any commentators for the rest of the race either. Sorry, I kind of have to go. I do apologise. It's going to be a silent end to what has been a pretty dramatic affair. And while the broadcast may be anticlimactic, I'm sure the race won't be. So I say goodbye from me. It's been a pleasure as always. Enjoy the sound of the silence. Enjoy the pure art of racing with no random British kid talking over the top of it. And we're now going to hand over to our sponsors, so thank you very much.